Was I watching any good videos last time? In the middle of stuff? No, I think I finished everything. Right, Toso. guess Amazon.com doesn't work anymore. Spiked helmet? I think that's worse. Is it? Alright. Status. Wait, I have another whirlwind sword. Alright, status again. 66 is lower. Everything is worse. I also check if something delivered. Jeez.
おかよがミス土佐港になったんで欲しがっていたあのかんざしをあげてしまったのだ。おかげで土佐港へ通えなくなった。ミイラさえいなくなればとオロチマルって人にも話したんだ。
あなたにかんざしをあげたらミイラを退治してくれるってオロチマルさんから聞いたわ。本当に退治してくれる？ミイラがいなくなればいつだってお坊さんに会えるわね。頑張ってね、ジライアさん。
Hairpin. I know we already have that, so we're set there. I'm out of chapstick. I think I'm cooked. Cooked because there's no 24/7 convenience. I don't know why I have to use so much chapstick, actually. I'm curious. It's been a thing the last few years. I'm not sure what happened. Oh, it's because I live close to the ocean now. Damn. Yo, what's this white snake stone do? I already have one. Should probably see what all of these things do. Thunderclap. Generally useless stuff. Thinking like in the future I'll be rotating between like next RPG I get on PC Engine. After this one, I'm gonna have to like rotate it every other day with like actual video games for my sanity, I think. It's not even like, it's just not engaging at all playing this. It's so boring. Like, I gotta be rotating, probably. Dude, what? Oh, okay, so this is how it works. So swap between them. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can go to my PC Engine list right now. Oh, okay. So next game is 193. Is this it? No, it's not. I don't think it's not where we need to be. No, it is. Shrine. I need the inn. I mean, they were trying to make something unique here originally, but it ended up being really generic. Just limitations. It's too bad. Now we know that's the facts. supposed to be an action RPG initially. Head east. Alright, 193. Psychic Storm, which is from that developer whose game I didn't like at all. Wow, so we have like 3 shmups in a row. That's pretty funny. The TV show is also after this. Psychic Storm, so that's from the developer of Legion, which I really didn't like at all, that game, Legion. Hoping Psychic Storm is a bit better. Oh, we can find that out right now, though. We can find out right now if that's good. The upcoming games. Here we go, C+. I'm scared of this game.
Psychic Storm is a PC Engine exclusive developed by Alpha System, a company that released many other shooters for the console
it's
like
not Legion.
Kiaida. And what Psychic Storm does best is presentation. The backgrounds are super imaginative, and the game is a cool mix of cybercore and kaiju-inspired bosses. You get the usual super CD intro,
didn't
though
give it a
it's
super
nowhere
good
near the
score,
level of the
though.
amazing sequence from Kiaida. The soundtrack is also pretty well done, upbeat and fitting most of the stages and pace well. You choose between 4 different ships, each with their
It
own
looks good.
transformation, along with being able to choose a new ship
It's
between
really hard to
each
tell
stage,
just from
adding
looking,
to the variety.
though.
The downside is each has their own power level, so swapping from one in the late game that's well powered to another that you haven't used much isn't the best idea. The real deciding factor whether you enjoy this game or not is the difficulty, as it's really quite easy, one of the easiest on the console. It also lacks any type of scoring system, which is a bit unusual for a shooter. So between the easy difficulty and no scoring at all, the replayability can become limited. Of course, if you're a beginner and just want a fun and unique game to 1cc, Psychic Storm is definitely one to give a shot.
So many fucking shmups.
Back again to the weird and
a good
wonderful
thing, though.
world of PC Engine.
It's a good
this
thing.
time with Toilet Kids, a game that I actually went in depth with in my weirdest shmups ever video. And while it's not a game so bad it belongs in the literal toilet, it's certainly about as mundane as it gets outside of the premise.
It looks
You
like
wake up
Twinbee.
in the middle of the night to drop a deuce, and somehow end up getting shot into the air, and then trapped inside the toilet bowl of doom. Now you've got to take on all sorts of turd-flinging gorillas and poop-shooting deer in an odd, Indian-inspired world that's got to smell even worse than it looks. Graphics are very
What?
Indian-inspired world of turd-flinging gorillas and poop-shooting deer in an odd, Indian-inspired world that's got to smell even worse than it looks. Graphics in an odd, Indian-inspired world that's got to smell even worse than it looks. Deer in an odd, Indian-inspired world that's got a smell even worse than it looks. Graphics are odd. Indian-inspired world that's got a smell even worse than it looks. Graphics are very Indian-inspired world that's got a...
Wait, can I change the captions on this? To, like, not be shit? Options... 50? Can I do that? No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't... That's too bad.
Smell even worse than it looks. Graphics are very basic and backgrounds are mundane, though at least the enemies and bosses are creative, with flying wieners and golden turds galore. The enemies and bosses are creative, with flying wieners and golden turds galore. The music is also catchy, but nothing to really dump a stump over. It's a very simple game with a simple premise that'll give you a laugh or two while slopping bum slugs, but don't expect it to last long once you've squeezed out a turtle head and moved on to a better game. A very typical Ziria-style set of mechanics, where you either destroy air targets or bomb them down below before they bust a grumpy in your direction. It's a lot more fun to make fun of than actually play. Kinda like taking the Browns to the Super Bowl.
Toy Shop Boys. Never heard of that. Sounds good.
Toy Shop Boys may look about as mundane and simple as the last game, but it's actually far better and more interesting, even if the graphics are the most pedestrian aspect. You play as 3 boys, each with their own form of attack, either a typical forward shot, a boomerang, or a swinging sword that blocks bullets, but can only damage airborne enemies, and you constantly cycle through them while playing, almost like swapping weapons.
Not the shrine.
And whichever one you're using moves up front, while the 2 behind can be used to absorb bullets. The gameplay is designed around the strategic mechanic, forcing you to use all 3 in the right situations, adding some nice strategy and variety to the gameplay. Add to that some really catchy tunes, and you end up with a pretty fun game aside from the colorful but mundane graphics. It does have some odd quirks, like being quite easy for the most part until you reach the last boss, which suddenly becomes really tough and drains your lives like crazy. But aside from that,
Says last boss only.
really tough and drains your lives like crazy. But aside from that, it's really not bad at all, and an average but leisurely distraction for an evening.
Getting excited about all the non-RPG games I'm gonna play in the future.
And the hits keep on coming with our first alphabetical game, the awesome Aero Blasters. Anyone who knows the PC Engine or Turbo knows this game. Another great arcade port from Hudson, originally developed by Kaneko. Most notable for its outstanding chiptunes and brutal difficulty. It's one of the hardest games on the system, and that's saying something. It's also known for its rage-inducing space physics on stage 4 and 5, where the game decides it wasn't already hard enough and makes your ship move with inertia. Oh, and have fun trying to collect all these power-ups that simply explode and drop all over the screen. It's like the developers just wanted to piss you off with unusual gimmicks not seen before, but then make a game that's so cool otherwise you just want to keep playing it anyway. I did a whole video comparing both this version to the Mega Drive port, along with the arcade, but suffice to say, despite its difficulty, it's just so much fun I kept coming back to it as a kid. The music is a real strong point with some of the best chiptunes on the system. Kaneko made some great shooters, and this was one of their best. You can play it 2 players on the PC Engine version as well. Not that it made it any easier. Aero Blasters isn't perfect, but it is exceptional, and an A-tier game in the library.
That's what it's called also. seems like it's not as hard as the fucking this game. No, not that game.
What do you get when an NEC port of a...
Not that game. It seems harder. It seems easier than Twin Cobra. That game. Anyway, what was the other game? It was Dragon Spirit. What is that? Dragon Spirit's not that good. It's only a C+. I've seen this, I think. Maybe in the arcade version.
Dragon Spirit is considered a classic hit at this point, being a really popular cabinet for Namco in the arcade. And it saw tons of ports on NES, computer platforms, and later on PlayStation, Xbox, Wii, and more. But early in its life, it was first on PC Engine. You power up and get bigger and badder, gaining size and extra heads. Until you're so large, it's tough to dodge. So you focus on routing the levels and quick kills before things get out of control. My favorite thing about Dragon Spirit, well, besides the dragons, because who doesn't like dragons, was the music. And the PC Engine has my favorite renditions with outstanding chiptunes. Stage 2 in particular is just awesome. The game is pretty arcade accurate in general, until it isn't. Clearly, once they hit stage 7, they ran out of memory on the small U-card and had to cut the final levels, opting for just the final castle instead. But the real problem with the final stage is it's borderline broken, with a final stretch with spikes that sometimes are a matter of luck to even get through. Better have that yellow speed up. And if you don't have it for the final boss, you can forget about it. It's game over. So yeah, Dragon Spirit is really cool, and the PC Engine port is quite nice, until it isn't. Casualty of an early game, limited memory, and someone falling asleep during playtesting the final stage. It's very hard, so luckily most players never even made it to the end game to see how mangled it was, simply enjoying what the first half of the game had to offer. And really, I could die on stage 2 and be happy with these kind of chiptunes. Dragon Spirit would have been a B-tier port, maybe even
Could be hard as
A-tier
balls.
if it wasn't missing levels, for the great music and solid gameplay. But the mangled end just ruins it for anyone seriously trying to complete it. Making it as much a crapshoot just ruins it for anyone seriously trying to complete it. Making it as much a crapshoot as a game of skill.
That's too bad. But yeah, we don't have an RPG until a while.
When evaluating the artistic merits of a remake, I think there are 3 important questions that need to be asked. The first is, what is the artistic goal of the remake? What is the game design trying to achieve specifically? And you'll notice with a lot of these modern remakes, there is no clear vision. There is no clear, bold impulse pushing forward new concepts, original ideas. Instead, the actual motivation behind the remake isn't artistic at all, which Konami have kindly explained. In Delta, they explained that the reason for it is because they noticed that interest in the Metal Gear series has started to wane, probably sales have started to wane, and they're looking around and they're seeing what Capcom are up to with those Resident Evil remakes, and they want in on the action. And it's not necessarily a negative motivation to want to invest in Metal Gear and make it relevant again, except in the past, if they wanted to do that, then they would have to make a new game. they'd have to take a risk and put out something original to speak to the contemporary audience. But now that we have this whole remake meta, originality is a liability. It's like a last resort. If all else runs out, I guess we'll have to start making original games, but until then, let's start mining the classics. And what I think is so obnoxious about this practice is that it denies the nature of video games as an art form and just treats them as products to be repackaged, which does have an effect on the design of these remakes because products have a formula. Art does not have a formula, but you can clearly see Delta following this Konami remake formula that they're like scientifically configuring. We're seeing that with their Silent Hill stuff as well. And I think they got the idea from Capcom. And I think what's really interesting about the evolution of how remakes have gone is that when we look back on the initial wave of remake hype, like Final Fantasy VII Remake, you notice how ambitious and grand that approach was of, oh, let's take Final Fantasy VII and let's add all this other stuff and let's make it like 3 games and let's make this huge epic. And you'll notice that effect isn't quite working because it turns out all that originality has a bunch of liability and they had to like scrap a bunch of development and it just turned into this hot mess. And this isn't me defending Final Fantasy Remake, by the way. I've spoken before about why I think this approach is very misguided and disrespectful to the original source material. I'm just pointing out that the nature of the remake is shifting in real time and I'm keeping my eye on these changing trends. Whereas the Capcom Resident Evil approach is much more constrained and it's much more of building this formula that you just run the games through individually and then they come out on the other end like this unified product. And that is clearly what is happening here with Metal Gear Solid Delta. And I think the Metal Gear Solid remakes to come, because Konami have already said, oh yeah, if you guys like Delta, just wait. We're going to be doing a bunch more of these remakes. And I do think that is why they chose Metal Gear Solid 3 to begin with, because in terms of taking originality or trying to do something new, why would you choose Metal Gear Solid 3? It is arguably the most beloved game in the series. It's one that wouldn't benefit that much from modernization because it is quite a modern game to begin with. I don't think anyone is sitting around and saying, oh man, I would love to play Metal Gear Solid 3, but it's just so hard to get into. Konami states that the reason why they selected Metal Gear Solid 3 is for lore purposes, because it's the first game in the series chronologically, and so that would be a great entry point to new players, which makes no sense at all if you have even the slightest familiarity with the Metal Gear series. So when you shoot Ocelot, because it's the first game in the series chronologically to get into. Konami states that the reason why they selected Metal Gear Solid 3 is for lore purposes, because it's the first game in the series chronologically, and so that would be a great entry point to new players, which makes no sense at all if you have even the slightest familiarity with the Metal Gear series. So when you shoot Ocelot when he's knocked out and he dies and you get a time paradox screen, a new player is going to understand what that means, or a lot of the little hidden significance stuff in MGS3.
What have you done? You changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
Plus, basing whether or not you remake the game off of lore concerns. Let's say I'm highly skeptical of this. Were the Konami executives really sitting in the office and like debating the merits of which game to remake because of lore? They're like, oh man, we could do Metal Gear, but people might not remember that Metal Gear had Big Boss as a villain initially. But no, but if you think about it, Metal Gear Solid would be a good... No, that is not happening. The reason why they chose MGS3, in my opinion, is because it is the least risky to remake. Because if they wanted to remake MGS1 or Metal Gear, that would require, for a mainstream accessible audience, a good amount of reconfiguration, adding in more original stuff. They probably have to cut out the whole backtracking. And so if they look at the series as a whole, MGS1 is just going to require too much work. MGS2 is a good contender, but there's the whole Raiden thing. Maybe that's just not quite as popular and it's a little bit more subversive. So then you got MGS3 that is very modern. So all they need to do is just slightly tweak it and it would fit into this whole remake formula. And it's on the PlayStation 2, so they can sell you the Unreal Engine graphics and act like it's a massive improvement compared to something like MGS4 or MGS5, where I think the Unreal Engine graphics would kind of struggle to compete with those. And then, of course, the whole budget and production of those games were insane. So MGS3 is the least risky game to remake because it requires the least amount of effort and it will have naturally a ton of interest. And if I was one of these corporate cheerleaders, I would be like, oh yeah, go, you get your bag, Konami, hustle culture and all that. But the problem with all of this is that MGS3 also happens to be a beloved classic that is more than just a product on a shelf. And that is something that as these remakes go on and it's becoming this pipeline, I think is getting lost more and more. It's getting to the point now, which is insane, that there are game journalists asking Kojima, have you played the remake? And then they are genuinely confused why Kojima is not giving his stamp of approval. They're even mocking him a little bit. Yeah, isn't it awesome that after this mocking him a little bit. Yeah, isn't it awesome that after this very public breakup between Kojima and Konami were very heavily criticized, let us say, not so long ago about their treatment of Kojima and the employees underneath them. All that seems to be forgotten in the majesty of these Unreal Engine 5 graphics and what is supposed to be very faithful representation of the game's design. Though if you actually check, that is far from the case. So to answer question 1, does Delta have a strong artistic vision? No, it does not. It's the usual, take a classic from the past and then standardize it for commercial interests. Which brings us to the second question. What additional value does this remake offer? What is the selling point here? Why should I care? And in the case of Delta, this section is going to be very slim, so I might pull from other examples. But clearly the main selling point of Delta are the Unreal Engine 5 graphics. And lately, because everything uses Unreal Engine, I've gotten curious as to why people still find this to be a really compelling point of remakes, where now, especially with AI coming, is it really that exciting or impressive that they took the beautiful original art of MGS3 and just put it into this generic engine that looks like every other game coming out right now? But I have a little theory about why this remains such a selling point, which is we have a whole generation of gamers where we have this really beastly hardware and nothing really that interesting to do with it. And so these modern remakes are a great opportunity to give your graphics card something to do while you play a game that you know you will kind of like because it's based off of a real game at some point. So I think that's why these remakes still tend to sell well. They really depend on these graphical updates. But here's the funny part, is that earlier this year, we got Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, which is just a remaster that runs a graphical engine over the top of it. But underneath there is actually Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma. The glitches still work. It's all the same gameplay. And if you look at Delta and the way Delta is presenting itself, why didn't Konami do this? Because it's supposed to be this very accurate, faithful representation of MGS3. So why didn't they just remaster the game in this way? I think it's because Delta is not about MGS3. MGS3 happens to be the opening title, but really what they're working on is this gameplay engine overall that they're going to use to create even more remakes. And that's something that's even more hypercharged than remakes of the past, because we've gone beyond just remaking an individual game one at a time. now we're going to create this whole template to remake an entire series, just like Capcom did with Resident Evil. So the graphics are clearly the main selling point of the release, but overall, I just do not think it's as
Clearly an upgrade.
and eventually, not too long from now, we're gonna look at Delta and be like, oh, in terms of its visual design, especially because everything looks like this right now. So yeah, I do not think in time even this graphical update is going to hold up. And if they really care about preserving MGS3 for future generations and all that, they would have included the ability to toggle between the graphical styles. And if they took the approach of an enhanced remaster, this would have been possible. And then there are the gameplay changes, but we're going to cover that in the next section. I want to take a moment and comment on the lack of additional content, because I would have assumed this would have been the one area where mainstream critics would have penalized this game pretty severely, because that is one expectation that kind of exists with these remakes. Going back to the old days of Ninja Gaiden Black on the Xbox, additional levels and modes were added. Metal Gear Solid 2, Subsistence, the VR missions were added. Whereas with Delta, they just carried over Snake versus Monkey, which was a lame mode in the original MGS3. I remember being really annoyed that it wasn't more robust like the VR missions. And this would have been the perfect opportunity for more missions, more content, more things to build off of MGS3. Because as it is now, you finish Delta and you get to the end, you're like, that's it? This was a full-priced $70 release, and all they added in was a bunch of mechanics to make the game easier, these new set of graphics, and apparently some multiplayer mode that's going to show up at some point. I don't think I will care about the multiplayer mode when it comes out, but the fact that it isn't even there on release, modern gaming, baby. So, in terms of content, there really is not a lot here on top of just playing the original game. Even if you're all about modern remakes and all that, it's crazy how sparse this is. I think that's why they locked European Extreme. In Subsistence, European Extreme is just right there, ready for you to play like a real game. But in Delta, they locked European Extreme behind a playthrough. And I think they did that to give the game a sense of more content. It's like, oh no, we've got this whole other difficulty mode you have to unlock by playing through the game a full time, which is... And then, of course, there's the Guy Savage hidden Easter egg, which in the original release, I went years not knowing about. I've beaten MGS3 God knows how many times, and I've only played Guy Savage once after finding a guide about it or something. Whereas in Delta, even if you never unlock the minigame in your playthrough, at the end it just appears on the main menu, which I don't really have that much of a problem with, but I think it just is because they're really desperate to show you all the content the game has. And I hope to God they do not think this minigame counts for meaningful content, because I beat it my second try. They didn't recreate the original one. Instead, they had Platinum make their own. And essentially, let's hope this is not a prelude to Ninja Gaiden 4, because all it is auto suck to target, light attack, bait out a counter, witch time dodge, heavy attack, rinse and repeat. I mean, that's the mode. It's like nothing. So yeah, don't be thinking that's some kind of real buying point for Delta if you've heard about this and all the hype around it. But I do have some good news actually, which is if you're having trouble unlocking European Extreme, don't you fear, because there's actually a pay-to-win camouflage DLC pack for $15 additional on top of the $70 you already paid. You can unlock a bunch of OP busted-ass camouflage, which is something I really wanted when I was playing on the PS2. I thought, you know what, this game could really use? It could really use some pay-to-win. That's what we need in Metal Gear. So if you're wanting some additional content, there is that, which I think is just $5 less than just buying MGS3. Though I've heard the Legacy port is a piece of crap. If I was more conspiracy-minded, maybe I'd say that's a bit intentional, but yeah, I just think Konami don't give a damn. So in terms of additional value, I think this remake is very weak. Yes, it's getting glazed right now because it has that new graphic smell, but I don't think it'll be long before the novelty wears off, especially because the performance of the game is shockingly bad. You can tell this was slapped together in a hurry, not only because the multiplayer mode isn't even included on launch, but also just the poor optimization, and they're scrambling post-release to like patch things and add things. But luckily, the game critics have been very patient with Konami. And can I just point out that the file size of Delta is 100 gigs. And in terms of authenticity, I will say it does have authentic PS2 load times. It does have that. But anyway, if it was just a graphical update and retained the core accuracy of the gameplay, and it was reasonably priced, I could see myself kind of recommending it, at least as a sort of novelty. But the fact that it doesn't stop at the graphical design is what brings us to question 3. The final question, I think, is the most important, and it's the one that's asked the least, which is, what from the original game has been lost? What has been destroyed in the remake process? Because the way people talk about modern remakes, especially when they shift the gameplay mechanics and the game design, it's as if they are just a natural improvement by the nature of being newer, and whatever shifts and changes they make is pretty much always going to be accepted as great and innovative and fresh and new. Even if these changes and ideas are extremely generic and not at all faithful to the original design of the game, well, that's just updating it for a modern audience. So it's this option select of they can kind of just do whatever they want. I think there are basically 2 cardinal rules that remakes must fulfill, and as long as they fulfill these rules, everything else is valid. And these 2 rules are: 1, you can't remove too much content. That's going to get you in trouble, even though, ironically, probably a lot of games would benefit from removing content in terms of pacing. I know MGS3 would. Some of the final sections of the campaign, like the prolonged rail shooting sections, those are basically fluffy filler, but they were maintained because do not screw around with content. And then the number 2 rule is, of course, just make sure you have contemporary polished production values, because that's really the whole value of your game. These two things are the things that will get you punished. I talked about this in my Devil's Third review, but outside of that, you're good to go. And so in the case of Metal Gear Solid 3, what has been lost in the transition to Delta? Well, basically the entirety of its mechanical identity. And I'll go through the shifts as succinctly as possible. So the first is, of course, like every good remake, they added a bunch of movement inertia, where the original has none, by the way. And the difference between the two in terms of feel is shocking. It's not one of those cases where you really gotta pay attention and you might feel it. No, it's overwhelming and obvious. When I fired up Delta for the first time, I pressed the control stick forward and I was like, oh boy, yep, this is gonna play like, and it definitely does. It feels like you're playing on ice. It's so severe that you can't even reliably turn in a tight circle, whereas in the original, you can full on pivot turn. And so by having this startup inertia to just your full walk speed, it makes the game constantly feel like crap, because in MGS3 there's no run. So going from 0 to full walk speed is how the game is played. And the only reason they have this, of course, is for that signature heavy modern feel, even though it makes no sense. Here's something to understand about gameplay mechanics. They do not happen in a vacuum. They are not isolated from one another. And so if you start adding mechanics, you don't need to just worry about balancing that individual mechanic. You also need to worry about how that mechanic synergizes with the other mechanics that you're adding in, like the crouch walk and the ability to move while aiming, and a third-person aiming camera, and enemy indicators. And yes, I am aware that the 3DS version of MGS3 has many of these mechanics, but it's also important to remember that the 3DS version was a hack job that was clearly just meant as a tie-in for Peace Walker. They stated this directly. They also added in a tilt function for when you're crossing the bridge. I mean, there's just not a lot of care or attention paid to the game's balance or being faithful or anything in the 3DS version, because clearly it wasn't going to be faithful, so they just made it a Peace Walker tie-in. And so if they loved Peace Walker's mechanics so much, why didn't they remake Peace Walker instead of MGS3? Well, you know why. Sales. So if we're being serious about a balance, obviously the touchstone is the PS2 version, not this easy mode 3DS spin-off. So now you can crouch walk, see enemy indicators, aim and move, and then let's give you the ability to hip fire pretty much instantly. And so now you have all of these mechanics together, and you have completely shifted what the game's balance is, and it undermines a lot of the weak points that the game is trying to exploit. For example, in the mountain area, the enemies have the high ground, and you have to navigate across this uneven sloping terrain. And since in the original you can't crouch walk, you don't have indicators of enemy positions, and you have to commit to either crawling across the ground in this awkward fashion or sprinting from cover to cover, it creates a real tactical situation where you need to know where you're gonna move, when, what the enemy behavior is, what their ranges are. It is a really strong example of the game's level design in action, but in Delta, you don't need to worry about any of that. You can just crouch and walk up the hills and walk around, and as soon as the enemies start to get savvy to your position, indicator pops up, turn, fire. You don't need to know where you're going, you don't need to know what you're doing, and it really reduces a lot of the core design of the game. This is why you cannot take MGS5 mechanics and just plaster them on to Metal Gear Solid 3. They are distinctive, different games from one another, especially in terms of enemy design and player mechanics. And so it ends up that pretty much all of the open areas of the game are completely trivial because the enemies just cannot compete with your moveset, and it's way too easy to just autopilot your way through the majority of the gameplay. It doesn't feel distinct, and that is a real problem because this remake is supposed to be introducing MGS3 to a new generation, right? But if your first impression of MGS3 is Delta's systems, then you're gonna walk away saying, wow, that was a really overhyped game. It basically plays like a baby version of MGS5, but without the crazy stuff that matched the mechanics. So what's the point? Why remake Metal Gear Solid 3 and then deny all of its original limitations and mechanical design? Well, we know why, because the motivation is not artistic.
It's for matching general trends.
And the level design is not the only victim. This also heavily affects the boss fights. In all of the boss fights, they're all designed around the idea that there's going to be some awkwardness or friction going from the main third-person camera to the aimed first-person camera, because every time you do this, you need to realign the aim, and the bosses all know that, and that is how the bosses are balanced. And when they move, that means in order for you to reposition yourself, you have to exit that first-person camera, get back into the third-person camera, move to the new position, and then re-enter the first-person camera. So there's steps and states tied between movement and aiming. That's what gives the game its committed feel. And that's why the bosses are constantly playing with this dynamic. For example, Young Ocelot. Young Ocelot will say, draw, prepare yourself. You know, he's giving you these times to go from moving from the third person angle into pulling the gun and trying to get the shot off before he does. That is a really fun boss fight in the original game and really introduces you to this whole system really elegantly for the later boss fights. But in Delta, with this hip-fire third-person camera, which you can also readjust while aiming, Ocelot is a complete joke. It's almost comical how you can just stand there, keep your gun trained on him the entire time, and he's running around, he's like, draw, and the second he like touches his gun, you just shoot him. And so, if they wanted to do something like this with MGS3, what they should have done, which they wouldn't, because this actually requires thought and work, is they would have to rebalance the entire game completely. They would have to make the enemies more aggressive. They'd have to have more enemies. They would have to have the bosses be a lot more aggressive. They would have to readjust all of the systems to take account for how overpowered the player mechanics are, but they don't, because they don't care. And they know that this feels comfortable, this feels familiar. Game journalists aren't going to be writing reviews about how they've made MGS3 too generic and easy. That's not going to happen. And if you want a perfect example of what I'm talking about, let's see what happened to the boss, which is one of the most iconic fights in the entire series. So first off, because you're able to crouch and move and you have this fully unrestricted 3D camera, and just so you know, in the subsistence version of MGS3, it actually reverts back to the original camera for this fight, so you can't use the unrestricted camera in subsistence either. It has to go back to the legacy camera. But anyway, in Delta, you can. So you've got the fully unrestricted 3D camera. You have the ability to crouch, aim and move, so you can get really low in the grass. And it is actually insanely easy to just continually walk around with the sniper rifle, which in the original is kind of awkward to use, which is part of its balancing, where in Delta it's basically like handling any other gun. So you can walk around with the Mazanaget and just stand at the far distance of the field and easily snipe away at the boss. All of the elements that made that fight kind of challenging, where you can't quite see her position because of the camera angles, that's all gone. And then on top of that, if this isn't easy enough, let's change the way her melee attack works. So here is the one example I could find of like rebalancing the game. And what did they do? Of course, they made it easier. So here's something kind of funny. In MGS3, there's actually this parry dynamic with the boss where she runs up to do her melee attack and you can parry it. I told you this was a modern game, and that's part of kind of a secret little tech of the boss fight. And she even has these little mix-ups to try to throw off your timing. In the year 2025, you would think Konami would find this dynamic of the fight and be like, beautiful. We love parries these days. Players are familiar with parries. Great. We'll just keep keep this as it is. But of course, they felt, you know what? We'll take the parry and turn it into a quick time event. So now when she comes in to do her melee attack, it becomes this quick time event with slow-mos where you just press melee attack while it's slow-moing, and now it's this fixed sequence. So yeah, even parries are too skill-based for MGS Delta apparently. But have no fear, Kojima fans, because Delta has you covered with Legacy Mode, which is a very faithful recreation of the original mechanics, right? So first off, I want to say that I don't buy this whole offloading the actual design of the game into some separate dusty mode. I feel like even if Legacy Mode was very accurate, which it isn't, but even if it was like perfectly accurate to MGS3, I don't think that excuses having the majority of the game's design, the style of design that 90% of players are going to play, especially because these are the players you're trying to target, right? You're trying to get new players into the series with this style and with this mode, that having this be unbalanced crap is not excused by just throwing in Legacy Mode. So just keep that in mind. If they wanted to actually have this new mode be legit, they needed to rebalance it to actually be good on its own merits. But that all being said, Legacy Mode is nothing like actually playing the real game. So first off, Legacy Mode just reshuffles some things. It doesn't actually recreate the mechanics of the original MGS3. It puts the camera back into the Legacy MGS3 camera, which is good, it has that, but it still has the movement inertia, and it still has the crouch walk, which feel insane from this camera angle. Because when you're in the new camera, then some of that gets a little bit hidden by the fact of the third person. But when you're having this top-down view and you have movement inertia, it feels so... And then in terms of aiming, it does remove the ability to move while aim, so that's good. But it also removes your ability to have two aiming styles. So in the original, when you go into aiming, you actually have both sticks available, where if you use the left stick, you get the macro aim, and then if you use the right stick, you get a more precise aim. Whereas in Delta, they felt that the looking mechanics of the shoulders, those must have been just too complicated for new players. So they removed the ability to do the precise aiming, and they moved the peeking onto the left stick, and they moved the aiming onto the right stick. This feels so awkward, especially if you're a Legacy player. You're constantly trying to aim with the left stick like you do in the original, and you're like, what the hell? And then on top of that, the subsistence camera no longer exists. That just doesn't happen in this game, because if you play in new style, that's their new camera system with all the new mechanics and stuff. And then if you play in Legacy style, you're doing the overhead camera. But that third-person subsistence camera, which I would say is
that's what we need to be using.
Is the default way most people play. That's gone. What was awesome about Subsistence is you could actually change between the legacy camera and the third-person camera on the fly dynamically just by pressing in the stick. And so in certain areas, especially the mountain passes, that was really useful throughout the playthrough, where you could get like different angles and different approaches based off of using either the third-person camera or the legacy camera. Then, like I said, in certain sections like the boss, you just have to use the legacy camera. So the game kept some amount of balance in mind with the camera system in Subsistence. I think it's a little more exploitable than just doing full legacy camera, but still, I think Subsistence already found this compromise and did it way better than Delta. Like, Subsistence is the game that Delta should have been, essentially, but they already made Subsistence, and that's not modern enough, so now they're gonna just remove Subsistence from existence. So if you're a fan of MGS3 Subsistence, this is just not in Delta. And if you're thinking, well, I'll just change between the new style and the legacy style on the fly like I did in Subsistence, nope, you can't do that either. The game needs to reload its long-ass checkpoints in order to do this. It cannot do it dynamically like in Subsistence. So you can tell just how duct taped in this legacy mode is. It's not really well thought out or well balanced in any way. And also, even if you accept the movement inertia, you accept the crouch walk, there's still the fact that the enemy design is not the same, because the enemies in Delta compared to MGS3 are way more passive, a lot easier to exploit because they don't seem as aggressive. It's hard to exactly tell the difference in the behavior. So I ran the squad fight in both Delta and Subsistence side by side and tried to replicate the same movements. And you'll notice the enemy behavior in Subsistence is a lot more aggressive. They fan out, they seem more responsive, and their accuracy seems higher. Whereas in Delta, they're slower to respond. They seem to stay grouped together longer. Their accuracy seems hilariously bad, like Star Wars. And it just isn't as vicious of a response. This I saw across the entire game, but it's very noticeable in these group battles. It's kind of like when you watch a bad action scene and you can tell the guys are just waiting their turn to fight. That's overall the impression I get from the MGS Delta enemy design. I think it's not trying to be too overwhelming, which is against the entire premise of a stealth game alert system. So Legacy Mode is one of those things that's taped in there to seem like it's being faithful to the original game, but it's clearly just this afterthought. And if you actually want to play MGS3 faithfully in any sort of way, it's not going to happen in Delta, Legacy Mode or not. And so what are my overall thoughts on Delta? I think this is a rushed hatchet job that does not live up to the quality of the Metal Gear series at all. And I think it's really sad, honestly, that this might be the way some people encounter Metal Gear Solid 3 for the first time, and they're like, oh wow, so I never knew all the hype around Metal Gear is this lame, boring, generic-ass game. Well, no, if you actually play it in a proper form. And I would say, honestly, the best way to play Metal Gear Solid 3 is running Subsistence on the PS2 emulator, and you actually can, like, literally stick the disc into a drive, and the PS2 emulator will be able to run it. And there's a 60 FPS patch, and you can overclock the PS2 a little bit in the emulator to remove any sort of slowdown, and it's smooth, it's beautiful, it's responsive, it is night and day. I urge you, try the difference in responsiveness and movement between 60 FPS MGS3 and Delta. The difference in feel is undeniable. And going back to the artistic merits conversation, this is a game that was made for everyone and no one. It is not accurate and faithful enough to the original game to serve as a port or an update or anything that could be preserving its original design in any way, but it's also not unique and original enough to have its own identity and have its own purpose. And so it's just going to last long enough to get through its launch review cycle. But will this endure in the same way that the actual Metal Gear games have? I definitely don't think so. And the response that I've seen to this has been, I definitely don't think so. And the response that I've seen to this has been just this marketing hype absurdness where now Metal Gear doesn't need Kojima based off the quality of this. This quality is enough to convince you that Kojima's contribution to the series is no longer necessary. Where when Kojima was there, what did we get? Classic after classic. With him gone, we got Metal Gear Survive, and we've got Metal Gear Delta. Yeah, who needs originality, which is Kojima's entire style, when you've got comfort, familiarity, and marketing? So if you enjoyed this review, I would say check out my review of Silent Hill 2 Remake, because there's a lot of overlapping similarities, and again, that's another Konami remake, and a lot of these concepts are discussed there as well. And a massive shout out to a patron of mine, NCR Trooper Scout, who donated me the copy of this game for me to review, and also his friend Provo for giving him the money to do so. Thank you very much, because Konami's not sending me codes anytime soon. And if you can, please like, subscribe, tell all your friends, and support me on Patreon. The Patreon is what makes this channel happen. It is the economic backbone of what I do, and I've got a lot of exclusive podcasts and videos on there that I think are awesome to check out. Adios, everyone. So thank you to the $5 and $8 patrons: 100, Absconditis, Eternal Solitude, Handhold, AJA, AJD578, Alistair Stevenson, Alberto Starna, Aldarin, Alex Kors, Alexander Pfeiffer, AMH, Anthony A, Harbing Gordon, Arcade Hell, A Royal Guard, Arrow Viper, Ash FL, Au Ally, Autoname, Baron Metzgerstein, Battle Mode, Basil Me Dazzle, Bellator Poeta, Ben Foster, Benjamin Shabalski, Vito Dames, Boghog, Borgie22, Boston Crab, Brokeface, Brindale Swiftfoam, Brodequin, The Lonely Poet, Bruh, Bohem, Captain Rhodes, Captain Shrimp, Catchright Studio, Cat and Crack, Chop, Chad Goulding, Chamor Deck Duet, J-Flip, Prison SoCal, Christopher R, Chronic Burnout 3, Cipollino 0404, Clairvoyant Bongwater, Claricliff, Clay Binkley, Climby Coyote, CMD, Coast, Concreted, Cooksand 666, Cook Some Soup, Corio, Corn Hoglin, Cozy, Crew Expendable, CSP 3900, Kudo, CZR, Des Audio, DRK, Damian Thorne, Dan Matai, Dan Chi, Darren Griffin, That Guy, David Aldris, David Crespo, Dididum, Demian Smirnov, Deram, Desolus, Dimension Diver, Dio Domke, DJ 420 Praise It, Don Pedro, Drano, Dr. Bosky, Drayton Barrett Raton, Duckies, Easter Egg, Eduardo Oquinta, Edvard, Elvin Senisev, Elias Alonso, Empty Disco, Eric Shrivner, Eric Houdini, Esteban Lizama, Evan Serapet, Explosive General Games, Fabio Picci, Falcus, Benich Mathai, Firez, Five Side, Florida Sucks, Forbidden Dave, Frames Per Human, Freckle Lord, Full Set, Gabriel Foreigner, Game Soup, Game Boy Gru, Gelhoff, Gettershine, Gojira Green, GPM, Hawk, Hamadawama, Hans Kowalski, HDZ 274, Pure Death, Thomas Hardhat, Han Harthy, HUD, Humongous, HW Folder, Iran DMS, JDAB, Jurgen, Jack Walsh, Jacob Foley, Jacob Grossman, Jacob Valenzuela, James Mosca, Jason, Jay McCarthy, J67, JLab, Jeremy Kellner, Jink Hans, JMD, Joey Jojo Joestar, JOH, John Kelly, John Longwalker, John Simpson, John Slaylise, Jorge Figueroa, Josaka, Josh Mayer, Josie, JT, Julian Elwood, K, K2, Kane Evans, Heotune, Ken10082, Kill All Music, King Joker, Kinstro, Contain, Praise the Boys, Kumawamu, Kumama, Kaiarts, Kairal, Leonard McCoy, Loberta, Lobos, Luna Lilich, LZR Cuter, Macabre Monster, Mad Combaticus, Malaise, Maplewood, Mario Simic, Mark Mann, Mason Polar, Matt O'Leary, Matthew Woodford, Batao Batao, Maz, Makaroka, Minong, Meister, Mensreya 96, Metal Slime Drummer, Michael Del Polito, Michael Faircloth, Michael McCord, Mig CDM, Mike Mel, Milo Shamel, Mr. Mamma Mia, Mitwid, M. Kusanagi, Morag, Monroe, Munsta Zero, Musashi, Miles P, Mishkin, Naps91, Nathan Grimm, Nathaniel Davis, NCR Trooper Scout, Nico Pero, Neon Dagger Games, Neon Ninja, Nervous J, Neuroshima, Nicholas Reichman, Nikki Negative, Nilheim, Neo04, Okla Kugels, Oleg Talmasev, Panzer Dragoon Should Have Been Arcade, Patrick Baseman, Paul Jablonski, Paul Osterman, Howell Perol, Pedro Isiles, Philip Plus, Pizza Belly, Platinum Mad, PLP, Poor Little Pigeon, Poorly Written Protagonist, PRK, Psycho Blizzard, Psychovania, Queen Charlene, Quilon Jaeger, R2 Sinus, Raccoons, Rafael Trujillo, Randoom, Raul VP, Rapido, RC, Real Scheme, Rent Halt's Time, Repo Man, Retrojet, Retroman, Retro Schmupper, Richter, Riff Mason, Robert Chang, Roof Olander, Rory Starks, Rolf015, Running Aku, Salmon Connections, San Nevo, Sarn, Scanline City, Seymour, Segfault, Senpai Please, Cyril XP Greg, Shader Bunny, Shazzy, Shitsu Supreme, Shinjutsu 1600, Shiny, Shmup Junkie, True, Simply Chrono, Sirapong, Skater to Employ, Social Kid, Sophisticated.